All right. Good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day. Welcome to DTR Wednesday. Let's kind of get after it here. We have a few things to go over. Let's not waste too much time. Looks like it could be a fairly busy day. So first things first, right? We're getting a really significant gap up here kind of across the board on a lot of these names, right? So a lot of that seems to be coming from the momentum that's being created, right, from the strong earnings that we're seeing so far, and then some of the clues that we're getting from this earnings season. So what the big concern here, right, is that the supply chains are still relatively constrained, and maybe we're starting to see a few hints and a few clues, right, that those supply chains are starting to be a little bit alleviated, right? We're not getting as much pressure, right? They're really starting to slow down. So they're definitely getting filled out, right? And that's like things are kind of returning back to normal, right? That's kind of what they're expecting. And now we're getting those clues, right? We're starting to see a little bit of a gap up here. We're starting to see a little bit of momentum start to come into some of those names. So now let's just make sure that, right, we get some of these volume profiles to then match and start to tell us that same story. We don't need to force things, right? We don't need to overtrade here today. So we're going to be very, very patient, very, very disciplined while we wait for things to set up. Tomorrow, right, we've got to be very careful because tomorrow we have core CPI, initial jobless claims, right, inflation data. And this is what this market is waiting for, right? So we're always, or see the Fed seems to be waiting, right, on how bad this data is as we approach this sort of March rate hike or anticipated March rate hike here on March 16th. So we have a market that's giving us a very, very bullish reaction here this morning, right, after yesterday's very, very low volume day, right, going into a opportunity, right, where we're anticipating quite a lot of volume reaction, right? It's hard to necessarily trust these moves or trust this gap up here when the foundation or sort of the springboard that we're bouncing off of is so low volume. That being said, right, if we're able to break out of these consolidation periods, right, it's not going to be a particularly difficult standard for us to get that A plus volume, right, A plus confirmation candle on a breakout. So for me on the SPY, right, I become bullish on a breakout over this 455, right? We're pretty much there here pre-market. So if we can hold this area, right, break it on really strong 15 min, 5 min volume bar, right, we're going to have a chance to run this towards that 460, right, 458, and then really start to push it if it has legs. So, there's a kind of a bull flag here, right? There's kind of a nice little bullish support, but we're not getting a particularly strong volume profile, right? Kind of a volume divergence here as we're making higher highs. So need to be a little bit cautious and wait for that perfect volume standard on any breakout. QQQ, right? Very similar story, except maybe a slightly stronger volume profile, at least to the SPY, right? So SPY decreasing on daily volume, QQQ increasing on daily volume. So maybe a little bit stronger, right, in that context, but I wouldn't exactly say it's screaming out loud strong. So need to be a little bit patient, right? Same story. Wait for this thing to give us that full body, full volume, right? Full body, full volume combo, right? If we can get that, then we can sustain, then we can hold, and it can really kind of give us that breakout. But we're still kind of in consolidation here, right? So if it breaks down, we don't get that big volume, we can still look for gap and fades back within this zone. But Bollinger Bands are probably going to be our friends here, right? Quite a lot today, kind of depending on how things price out. So again, right, QQQ need to kind of break out now over this 365, right? We've had a little bit of movement here pre-market. If we can hold this 200 EMA, right, on volume, we've got that increasing profile, so that's at least something. If we can get that on volume and then break out over this 365, we're going to have a really good chance for this run towards that 370, right? Not that many stops along the way, but again, right, we need to be a little bit cautious with that volume profile there in the background. Apple's another one, right, that's a little bit concerning or a little bit challenging here still for us, right? Still kind of within this consolidation period and really close to giving us that breakout over this 177.25. So if we can give us that run, pop, and go, right, we certainly look like we've got room towards that 180, right, 185, maybe even a test of all-time highs within reason. I like Apple a lot, right, because Apple within this consolidation held up really, really well. We didn't see any volatility, right? We didn't really see any even attempt from bears to even show us a sign of strength. So really, really impressed from Apple. bullish engulfing candle there, right? Second consecutive higher low, right? So definitely a lot of strength here. All these setups that we're getting pre-market or so far today are kind of giving us 2 out of 3, right? We're getting like bullish engulfing candle, gap up, but no increasing volume. Here we're getting, increasing volume, gap up, but no bullish engulfing, right? And we're, same thing here in SPY, right? Gap up, bullish engulfing, but not increasing volume. So there's always a compromise here. So we need to be very, very careful, right? That these candles and these stories sync up to tell us that same message, because there is still a little bit there that's missing. So as long as we're missing that little piece of information, we're going to be a little bit patient, or it's going to require a little bit of discipline before we can chase with conviction. So Tesla maybe is my favorite setup of the day because we can be okay with this consolidation, right? So yesterday's low volume bar, no big deal within the context of this being an ascending wedge pattern. So if this thing wants to really give us that pop, wants to give us that look, and then break out up and over, as long as we get that strong increasing volume standard that kind of exceeds whatever we had here, well, maybe February 1st, right? Or even maybe this January 27th, right? It's not that difficult of a standard for us to break over. So we can definitely look for a high body, full volume close. What I love about this as well, right, is this is like a ascending wedge that's hanging out at a psychological level. So if we're able to break up and over that 950 now, right, that room to 1,000 is really open. Even if we're just looking over or looking kind of to our left-hand side, we don't have that much resistance along the way. So we're just kind of making assumptions here that this thing moves 10 bucks at a time. So we can afford to be really patient on any breakout here, right? Wait for it to give us that A+ volume, but really, really good looking pattern on this 30-minute time frame. So now let's see if it can sustain and break and hold. Microsoft's going to be maybe the hardest one here today to trade, I think, or at least to the upside. So high volume inside bar, right, generally tells us that neither side has given up, right? High volume just within general context, not with as considered an outlier, right? But just increasing daily volume. So increasing volume inside consolidation, right? It kind of makes you think that, both sides are still kind of fighting a little bit. If it was super strong bulls, right, they would have been able to go stronger or higher yesterday, right? If it was super strong bears, they would be able to push it down. So very much a fight, right? So now we're looking for this thing to give us that breakout and hold. It's gonna be challenging though, right? Because we're trying to invalidate this bear flag. Now, the longer it takes, we talked about this yesterday, right? The longer it takes for it to break down, the less likely it is to happen. Now certainly seems like it's starting to get invalidated, but we need to see that extra little bit of oomph from the Microsoft today, right? To kind of fully put this in the rear view mirror and kind of remove this trend line. And then we can kind of look at this as a maybe ascending wedge breakout, right? Something along those lines around that 316, 315 area. But we need a little bit more information to invalidate this pattern, and it's just not quite there yet. If things do break down here, or we do kind of get some selling action here on Microsoft, I think this is going to be a challenging one to go. You need to see a breakdown under this 299.78, right? 299.80 areas. And so I'm not going to be super optimistic that we're going to get a ton of action, right? I just don't think we're going to get a ton of action here if we get that breakdown, or a ton of follow through if we get that breakdown to the downside. So like always, right, we're always going to have a few names here that maybe give us a couple interesting looks, right? JP Morgan probably not going to be for us today, but something like this AMD, right? Good increasing outlier volume. Now looking to make higher highs above this 130, right? That could certainly be in play. Nvidia always catches my eye, right? So this could be a little bit of a wedge breakout here above that 260. So we'll see where this volume steps in off this opening bell, and then we can look to take advantage of some of those moves. Even something like this Boeing, right? Good high volume day on Monday, low vol pullback inside bar yesterday, now breaking out, right? Showing us a lot of strength with that bullish candle. So we know, right, bears are weak here because there's not a lot of volume, and then we see a very strong bullish candle, right? Supported that. Now that's supported with a little bit of a gap up here this morning, right? Definitely some strength. Could have room towards that 220 area. So lots to be interested in here. I think there's a expectation of at least there being some volatility. 10-year treasury selling off a little bit, but as long as it's hanging out at 1.93, it's still kind of a psycho. So it's hard to be super optimistic that that's going to alleviate or make conditions super easy for us. And then on the flip side, right, VIX hanging out at 20.56. So the implied volatility pretty good. Should make a few contracts expensive, but nothing too crazy. And that does mean if we get that volume standard kind of throughout the day, we should have an opportunity for a clean setup or two. Going to be patient though, folks, right? Not going to rush anything, not going to overtrade. We're going to wait for our A+ setups only, and then we're going to look to take advantage of those moves. So let's see how this morning shapes up, right? Let's see how things come together. I really like this breakouts from this consolidation. I think that shows us a lot of strength, and it certainly gives us a really strong potential here today. But yesterday's volume standard is very disappointing and very weak. So we need to be cautious and patient while we wait for some of these A+ setups to develop, right? As retail traders, we don't need to be first. We just need to be right. And as long as we're picking our shots carefully, right, we're not going to have any problems. Yesterday's, 60% win on Nvidia came from us just being patient and waiting for things to set up. So let's make sure that we're just consistently doing that same thing, right? Repeating those same good habits, and then we'll be in the best position to succeed. For those of you who are joining DTR for the first time, right? DTR Wednesday, welcome. Thanks for joining. Nice to have you. Say hello, introduce yourself. The more questions you can ask in the chat, right, the more I'll have to talk about, the more I'll be able to help. I'll try to be very transparent with all my trading and all my setups, right? Green line will be my entry target. Red line will be my stop loss. I always tell you what sort of strike price I'm targeting, where I'm going, all these sort of things. Number one priority here, if you are a new trader, just focus on our risk management, right? That's what keeps us in the game. That's what keeps us or allows us to be successful winning traders, right? You don't need much of an edge if you target 2-to-1 risk reward or better and keep your risk consistent on every single trade. So that's what we focus on here as traders, right? Turn trading into a numbers game, then apply our 75-80% edge and then just kind of clean up, right? Not every day is going to be a green day. Not every day is going to be a red day, but we need to learn how to lose well as traders if we're going to take advantage of green days. So let's make sure that we're really focused, right? Really disciplined, really prepared, ready to absolutely crush it and to have a big day. Like I said, guys, if you are new to the stream, say hello, introduce yourselves. I'm Michael. So the more you guys can chat, right, the more we can get involved here together. But don't feel silly asking questions. Don't feel silly making chart requests. I'm here to help you guys try to become profitable traders as quickly as possible. Been trading for 8+ years now, and majority of that time is working for institutions, right? Specifically for a pretty large hedge fund. So here to try to level that playing field for everyone. We got 15 minutes or so here until market open. We'll do another market rundown before the day starts. So I'm just gonna make myself a quick cup of coffee and then come back, right, and kind of get ready to crush it. But let's have ourselves a big day. Let's be focused, disciplined traders, and let's not make any dumb, rash decisions. Let's make money, let's bank, and let's have ourselves a good time. Hey, Jonathan, welcome. Good to see you, man, and thank you for the comment. So if anyone has any chart requests, anyone has any questions, right, please use the chat to pop those in. We'll go over as many stuff as you guys like, right? More questions you can ask, right? The more stuff I have to talk about. I normally trade, I don't know, maybe 10 tickers, something like that, pretty consistently. Majority of stuff comes together in SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, and then Nvidia, AMD are pretty popular here, with a few other little outlier names that give us some action every now and then. Number one priority for me when I'm day trading or scalping options is making sure that that volume is exactly where I need it to be, right? Need strong volume. Otherwise, I just can't get in with the sizing I need, right? Can't deal with an inconsistent spread, right? Need to make sure that we're just giving ourselves a good chance. Nothing worse, right, than starting a position and being instantly down 5, 10, 15%, right? So as scalpers, that's just not a justifiable long-term way to trade. So let's make sure that we're being disciplined, right? Let's make sure that we're only filtering out for the best setups, right? For the best contracts. And then we're going to really be in advantage to take it. We're going to be in a position, to take advantage of whatever happens this morning. Yeah, good question, Ben. So I do kind of a like a hybrid, I guess, right? So I have a limit order set. So say I'm trading, let's do Apple, actually we'll do Nvidia yesterday, right? So here, right, say I am looking to enter on this breakout here, right? Those 250 calls were pricing around like 270, right? I think I got in at 268. So what I do, right, is when I use my delta to calculate the stop loss, right, I'm using the percentage, right? I'm then using that to also kind of figure out, kind of estimate where that price is going to be. So if the contracts are like, I don't know, we're price here is at like 241.70. I know that my entry target is 240.215. Okay, I know that I'm 50 cents away, right? So if I'm 50 cents away, that's going to be, say, 10 cents on the contracts. So I'll put my order to be like 10 cents and then plus or minus, right, or plus usually like 5 cents buffer. So when I get that breakout, I'll hit click. Usually there should be a little bit of a flurry, right? And then I have like a little multi-percent buffer, so I get in, right? It's basically like a market order with an upper limit. So that's basically how I enter all my trades. And then the only other times where I use pure market orders is for stop losses. Good question. Does that make sense? So majority are a limit order, right, with like an upper limit. So it's like I'm willing to place the limit order, like I'm dictating what my max best execution price is, right? If I go market order and it spikes, like I might get a fill 30 cents away from what I wanted. So I just want to basically just prevent myself from that happening. That's really the only difference for when I'm entering. So it's limit orders, right, with like an upper limit. So I'll go on that like Nvidia trade yesterday, like my upper limit was 280. I didn't want to enter anything that was greater than 280 on those contracts, right? Just that would be for me that I missed the move, right? So yeah, so always just like an upper limit, right? All right, guys, do a quick little market rundown here again before the day starts, right? Definitely more bullish than bearish here this AM. Kind of seeing a few bull flags are starting to play out, right? Starting to see a little bit of momentum, maybe stepping in. We need to be very careful and cautious, though, as long as this volume profiles remain thin, or as long as we don't see anything that looks particularly strong on a breakout, right? So something like this SPY, right? Like to see that high volume break and hold, right, of this 455 area, right? Pretty much there here pre-market. So this thing's going to trigger and pop an alert pretty much right away. Okay. Yeah, let me next trade. I'll try to remember to do it. So sorry guys. So looking for a break and hold, right? I have this 455 on strong volume. Very disappointing volume there yesterday, right? So we need to see some pretty something significant If that can give us that break and hold, right, then we have a chance to run this thing up. But we'll see how this thing can go. Certainly looks like it has room towards that 460, but need to wait for that high volume and impressive standard. I'll make sure to try to call it out as well, Ben. So if I'm, say, looking at like those 250 contracts, right, I'll say what my limit price is, and then you can set it. So that's all I'm doing, right, is I'm setting a higher limit price and then waiting to click. QQQ, right? So at least a little bit better volume profile here than the SPY. Bullish engulfing on volume, right? A little bit better candle, nice gap up here, right? Hanging out, holding this 200 EMA. So if this thing can break and hold, right, really give us that push and go. Certainly think it has a chance to run up towards that 370 area. That for me, right, is the I think maybe what looks best here, right? A lot of space, especially if you can hold this EMA. What we're sort of seeing across the board, though, is like we're getting like 2 out of 3 of kind of conditions, right? So be a little bit more obvious here in a second with this apple, right? But bullish engulfing candle, gap up, decreasing volume, right? QQQ, bullish engulfing candle, gap up, but not bullish engulfing candle. SPY, right? Bullish engulfing candle, disappointing volume, gap up, right? So we have a little bit of compromises across the board. And so all that means, right, is we have to be very cautious and very just patient, right? Waiting for those A+ setups, right? A+ volume profiles to step in and really come together. I think there's enough potential for some strength, right? I think there's enough potential for us to have a little bit of a bull case, right? Definitely some trapped bears here, but we need to wait for those A+ setups, right? If bulls are strong, if they are going to be able to push it today, we're going to get strong candles and we're going to get strong volume. So let's just wait for those conditions to set up and be perfect, right? If they do, we've got a lot of room up and a lot of names, right? Something like this Apple's got room from this 177.20 towards that 180, right? And then above 180 can test all-time highs really, really easily. Tesla, right, maybe my favorite setup of the day because we don't need to be super worried about this volume profile, right? Ascending wedge breakout, hanging out just under a key psych level. So if we can break and hold this target, right, on increasing volume, right, preferably something bigger than this February 7th. Best case scenario, something bigger than this January 27th, right? If we can get a volume, huge breakout volume, right, good full body candle, right, candle that kind of looks like this or this, right, we're going to have a really good chance to really run this thing up and push it towards that 989. If we look to the left here, right, we don't have too much resistance. That's going to be kind of slowing things down, right? So we kind of have something like this 960, right? And then it becomes a little bit random, right? $10 at a time, essentially. So we're going to have a lot of space where we can afford to be patient here and waiting for this just to give us that right profile. But definitely my favorite looking setup because inside this consolidation, right, inside this ascending wedge, we want to see low volume, right? We want to see one side given up, and looks like we've seen that. So let's see if now we can get strong bulls to step in and push this thing up and over. Microsoft's going to be maybe the most challenging one of our core 5 to trade today, right? Bit of a bear flag that just doesn't really want to play out, but it doesn't want to or hasn't been invalidated here yet. High volume inside bar always makes things challenging because it simply just means that both sides are fighting, right? If we had such strong volume or such strong bullish strength, right, why were we not able to make higher highs or higher lows, right? It's not exactly it's not telling us a consistent story that we have strong bulls here. So even though that we are getting that engulfing volume, there's nothing here that quite invalidates that pattern. That being said, right, if this thing breaks down to the downside, probably going to be very challenging for us to trade as well, simply because that it's got a huge move now, right? It's got to move $10. It's got to move like, 3% before it becomes borderline tradable. So if it has such a big range or such a big dollar number it has to deal with, likely not going to get follow through to the downside. So what we're looking for in this Microsoft today is to sort of invalidate this pattern and then to turn this bear flag, right, into something like maybe an ascending wedge breakout, right, something along those lines. But we need a nice period of consolidation here, maybe some strong volume, right, something that maybe closes above this 310 where we can sort of invalidate this weakness that we've been seeing. So for now, right, still a bear flag, but has the chance to flip its hips and turn bullish on us really easily. Like always, right, we're going to have a few other names here that kind of give us some of these outlier setups, right? Something like this, AMD always gives us a look, right? Good increasing volume, bullish engulfing candle, bouncing off of mid BB line. So there's a lot to like here, right? Maybe not outlier volume right above this 200 EMA, but definitely showing us a lot of strength, or definitely showing us a lot of potential. So let's see if we can kind of get this momentum. If we can hold this 130, right? Certainly looks like we've got a room towards that 142, or at least implied there on the Bollinger Bands. But I would imagine, right, probably think a dollar at a time, right? 1% at a time. And then let's see how far we can kind of get follow through. Similar story here on Nvidia, but maybe not as strong of a close on the candle, right? Compared to AMD, right? AMD bullish engulfing, Nvidia not quite, right? But very similar. So definitely could be in play now, gapping up, right? So if we can break and hold that 260 area, we could have a chance, right, to really run and push this thing forward. But again, right, need to be patient, need to be disciplined, waiting for this thing to set up. BA, right, could be another interesting one here. Inside bar pullback, right, showing us the second most bullish candle pattern on low volume. So exactly what we want to see, right? We can kind of tell bears have been beaten back or given up with such a strong candle, right? They tried to break it down, they couldn't. Bulls stepped it up. Now we're gapping up here, right? So we're kind of getting a consistent story, or the story that we like to see going into market open. So this can give us a really good volume bar, right? Good options volume. This could be in play as well, but same story, right? We're not going to force it. We're not going to overtrade this. We're going to be really patient and disciplined, waiting for this to give us that A+ volume, right, candle combo. Number one priority probably is going to be this Tesla, right? I think this looks really strong. There'll be alternatives in something like that Plug or Lucid, right? There'll be stuff to trade there, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. We don't want to get too attached to these pre-market setups, right? Let's still remain flexible, patient traders and wait for that perfect A+ setup. We only need to get one good trade a day, right, to make our money. So let's not get greedy. Let's not force things. Let's not rush plays that aren't there. And let's make sure that we're only taking advantage of things that are perfect. Tomorrow's CPI print is going to still create a little bit of, I think, nervous markets, right? I think that's why we're seeing such light volume. So I think we got to be very patient, very disciplined with that news on the horizon. So we'll see how things go, right? VIX hanging out 20.61, 10-year Treasury 1.93. So we certainly do have the expectation that we are going to get some volatility here today. But let's be careful, right? Let's not chase trades that aren't there. We don't need to be first. We just need to be right. So let's always wait for our confirmation. I'll do my very best to talk you guys through everything as I see it. The more you can put in the chat, right, the more we can chat, the more I can help you out as well, right? If you have any charts you're looking at, any setups you're looking at, let me know and we'll go over them. We normally trade here, right? 1 to 4 or 5 trades a day. So we're not going to get 200-300 trades a day, right? I don't think that's a realistic expectation. So let's find that one or two perfect setups and take advantage of those and have ourselves a big day. If you're new to DTR Wednesday, say hello, introduce yourselves. Let's get ready to absolutely crush it. And that is market open. We're going to have a few things that are going to alert off this opening bell, right? SPY gapping up over that area of resistance. We're not going to chase these like price action right off this first 30 seconds. Let's wait for these candles to close, right? Let's wait for these confirmation signals. If we get weakness here this morning, we can look for gap and fades, right? Because those volume standards are so disappointing there yesterday, right? We do have a lot of room back down, but let's be patient, right? Let's see where that relative strength lies, and then we can look to take advantage of it. If you guys are new to DTR Wednesday, it'd be great if you guys could like and subscribe. Really helps to get more people to see the channel. I'm trying to do free streams every Wednesday, so always helps to get more eyes. If we can get all time, or like most people we've ever had on the stream, right, which would be if we break 50, I'll do a giveaway. I'll do a month membership giveaway for free. So the more eyes we can get, the better. And let's see if we can kind of break some records today. So impressive volume standard here from AMD and Nvidia, right? Pretty good here so far, but not going to get too carried away with these moves here yet. SPY, very challenging for us to get an entry here off this opening 5 minutes, at least to the upside, right? That's a huge volume standard for us to have to break, so let's be patient. QQQ looks like it might be flipping bearish, might have a chance here with that bearish engulfing volume. Let's see if it can set up. Apple, not bad, but Apple, I don't want to play a gap and fade. I hate Apple's relative strength. Tesla may be showing us some weakness here as well, back to consolidating within its pattern, so let's continue to be patient. Something like this Nvidia could be number one, something like this AMD, right, showing us really strong volume profiles. So let's see where this relative strength lies, and then we can take advantage of these moves. We're not going to be over trading, guys. We're not going to force plays. So wait for these 5-min candles to close. If they're not perfect, we'll wait for the 15-min candles. We're going to wait for A+ setups only. We're not going to force trades that aren't there. Okay, good flip here, right? Really good flip from some of these names. So let's see if the strength can sustain here now. If it can, right, we're going to have a chance, maybe not on these 5-min candles, but on the next batch. So like this, right? Really impressive hip flip here, but also maybe a little bit of a warning sign of us, right, to us that there is going to be a lot of volatility here today. Already been a big range on some of these names, so let's not get too carried away here yet, right? We don't need to front run. To wait till we have our A+ confirmations, and then we can look for entries. So be very patient here, guys, right? We're only 4 minutes in. We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct. So let's get that to happen for us. Okay, not a bad close there from AMD. Maybe not perfect. Can't chase this down yet, right? Can't chase this down yet. So kind of doji opens, right? Maybe not the best. Let's wait for these 15-min candles to close, right? Let's see where that strength wants to step in. Then we can look to take advantage. Something like this Tesla, right? Really good volume standard there on the opening 5-min, but too much of a pullback for us to justify a run towards that 950, right? We're never going to get that 2-to-1 risk reward here, right? So we're getting like 1-to-1. It's just not worth the trade. So let's wait for this thing to maybe give us a chance, right? Creep up towards that 950. If it can give us that break, right, then we stand a chance. AMD, right, tough. Maybe on the 15-min might give us a look to the downside, but not super. I hate when candles close and then the next thing they do immediately sell, right? Especially when it's not a perfect full body candle. It can be a little bit challenging. It doesn't give us a chance for an entry. So no worries, right? We don't have to force it. If something isn't there, it isn't there. We don't have to overtrade. Not worth fading Peloton into that relative strength there yesterday, right? That's too much outlier pressure. So don't want to fight the trend here, right? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so good from Tesla here so far, right? Would like to see this continue pushing. Apple would like to see that kind of flip its hips again, right, and turn bullish. Seem to be a little bit stuck here, right? Kind of nasty pushes down or breakdowns under that 456. So we need to be a little bit disciplined here, right, to not chase these fake outs for now. Any increasing volume after a good high volume open, right, would be an interesting setup here to the upside as well. But we need to wait for some of these candles, right, to give us those looks. Wouldn't say we have that yet. Still think Tesla maybe is going to be our best bet, or setting up to be closest. So let's wait, right? Let's see if this thing can really sync up and give us that look. But we're not going to force it, right? Especially as long as the indexes here are giving us that indecision. Tomorrow's CPI number, right, I still think is really key. Market's sitting on that, right? If we're waiting for how bad inflation is, you know, when that inflation number is coming tomorrow, right, I think that's why we've got such low volume in the indexes here, right? People are pulling out, positioning themselves to be very nimble for that inflation event. So let's continue to be patient, right? Wait for that A+ setup. Nothing really has gotten there yet. So we can continue to be fairly patient. I still think Tesla, right, our best bet, but a few minutes away. SPY might give us that chance here for engulfing volume here. So if it can give us that full body, full volume close, engulfing or increasing volume above that 930, right, could be interesting. QQQ giving us a decent look, but probably not going to get engulfing on volume, right? Apple probably not going to get engulfing on volume. Tesla creeping up towards that 950, right? Definitely looking interesting, but maybe not quite ready for me yet. So definitely a few stuff that looks like it's got something in play. Nvidia, or sorry, AMD, right, continues to show a lot of pressure here to the downside. Another really full body, kind of full volume candle. Maybe not perfect, but definitely relatively impressive. Let's watch this SPY close, right? Needs to finish above this 456, right, on increasing volume. Did not get it. We'll wait for this on the 15 here now. Kind of some dojis there in the end again. So still can't chase this down right on this AMD. Didn't get that increasing volume. So we got to be patient here, right? Got to be patient. So Tesla will definitely be close, right? If we can get a close up towards this like 948, right, within touching distance of this 950, definitely starts to get interesting. Nvidia, not so much. If it can fill out, right, then yeah, it gets interesting again. The risk reward profile is kind of still reasonable here for a BB reversion play, but I'm not something I'm super stoked on. So I don't want to chase it unnecessarily, or at least just for the sake of it. But if we can get like a nice inside bar, right, close around that like 254, right, something along those lines, this could be interesting to the downside. Tesla continues to hold up, but need to see more conviction. Getting a little bit of indecision on the indexes, right, which just makes things a little bit challenging. Yesterday we were stuck, with relatively tight ranges, and that made it hard for us to kind of get breakouts or breakdowns in either direction. If we're kind of stuck in those same market conditions today, that's probably the same thing that we see going into tomorrow. That being said, right, if we get those increasing outlier volume candles, right, we get those textbook A+ setups, we're going to go after it, right? So let's be patient. Let's wait for things to be perfect. In the meantime, right, still nothing to force, still nothing to overtrade. And let's continue to be very patient until something is perfect. So this Nvidia definitely catching my eye here, everyone, right? Definitely catching my eye. So let's see if this thing can give us a decent close here over the next minute or two. In the meantime, right, let's take a look at those puts, right? See how they want to behave. Still need to see a little bit more work from this thing right before it's ready. But definitely looks like it could be interesting. Seeing more bearish than bullish pressure, right? So I want to be a little bit cautious, right, if we're looking for stuff to the upside. So just be a little bit patient here still, right? We got a little bit of potential, but I don't want to force anything here yet. Tesla's not going to close right within reason. Good volume, right? But not particularly tradable for me, right? Or not particularly, not that engaging. So Nvidia I'll definitely be interested in, but not yet, right? So not a perfect candle there, rejection, right? Good to see it trapped higher highs, right? But not good. We still need to see increasing volume. We still need to see some sort of sign of building momentum. For now, we only have a setup, right? So it's not quite ready for us yet, or at least not ready for me yet. I'll probably be looking at the 255 puts, right? Probably looking at the 255 puts on this Nvidia, but like I said, right, not quite ready. Still got a little bit of work to do before I want to jump in. So let's still remain very patient. AMD, right, similar thing, but I just don't know if we have that much room down here, right? So I don't think it's justifiable risk reward yet. So see if this thing can continue to hold up. Just like that this is a kind of Bollinger Band reversion setup here, right? We've had a failed attempt to kind of reclaim, not been able to do so. So if we can see a visual representation of bears taking back control here, I'm certainly going to be interested. Right? Like to see this from Apple, but not a good enough candle close there for us, right? Kind of a mix between the second most bearish and neutral bearish candle. So we can't really chase down this break. But what that does mean, right, is if it is starting to break down, right, Apple is sort of that outlier, or sorry, that leading name that pushes things with it. So if it's showing us that relative strength and showing us that move to the downside, we should get other names that trigger those similar setups as well. So let's just see where that wants to step in. If they don't, right, we'll wait for triggers, or we'll look for moves here on these 30-minute candle closes and then look to take advantage of that action. But nothing to force here so far, right? Nothing to overtrade here short term. Let's continue to be very disciplined, right? Doji initial action, right? Not exactly what you want to see. So continue to be patient until things are perfect. I think bias is now flipped to the downside. Bulls have not shown us really much conviction here so far this morning. So let's see if we can get these things to flip and then get some of these things to break down. So we're not going to chase this, right? We're not going to chase this yet, right? We'll wait for this thing to give us that close. We need to see that increasing volume. We have a minute to go, so we certainly have an expectation that Nvidia is going to give us something, right? And then we're looking for this candle to kind of look like this most bearish candle, right? This first one over here. So if you can give us that combo, right, then we're going to have a really strong setup. So strong setup, strong candle, strong volume, right? We're going to have a good look, but let's wait for things to be perfect. First target would be kind of this 250 area, right? And then bottom Bollinger Band. But we need to see these candles close with that full body conviction. Otherwise, right, we just scream head fake, right? So people got trapped there chasing this low. We don't need to get trapped. We need to be correct, not need to be first. So let's continue to be patient here, right? Nothing is setting up. Nothing is perfect. We can remain very, very patient here so far. So again, right, not increasing volume there on this Nvidia. So sellers did not have the momentum to push this thing down. So again, right, probably want to remain very, very cautious here in trying to push this. Apple gave us that slight increasing volume, but I don't know if there's enough room towards this midline here all of a sudden. Good from Tesla, but not enough space towards this low. So I'd like to see a little bit more work before that's ready. Okay, BA could be interesting here to the downside. Just looking here, right? Just looking, not in yet. Need to make sure that that option volume is sufficient on this BA before we chase after it. At the moment, right, it is not. I'm not seeing anything with anything even larger than 1K option volume. So can't get in here, guys. Can't get in here. Continuing to watch this Nvidia. Just waiting for that any sign of increasing volume. Apple, a little bit of a fake out here now to the downside. Tesla, a little bit of a fake out to the downside here as well. We make lower lows, though, on increasing volume. We might have really nice 30-min candles to then trade. So not bad volume paces here off this opening 30-min. but just maybe not perfect candles, at least not perfect shapes here for us yet. We can get there, right? If we can get these increasing volume breakdowns, we're going to have a look, but we need to be still very, very patient until things look perfect. So again, right, Nvidia giving us a possible look here, but we need to see that increasing volume on any breakdown, right? So that's all we're waiting for here, right? Waiting for this candle to give us that perfect volume. If it doesn't, right, maybe we're still going to get a look here on this 30-minute time frame, right, with a lot of room down. So we can still afford to be patient here, right? A day is not over. Let's be very, very disciplined. It's only 25 minutes in, right, guys? So let's not overtrade. Let's not force things that aren't there. Still looks like there might be some potential, but we need things to be absolutely A+ before I'm willing to go after it. Okay, watch this close on AMD, right? We're going to have got engulfing volume, but we need to see if we can get that full body candle. Did not get it. Apple, not engulfing on volume. Can't chase after it. Nvidia, right? Nope. So nothing particularly looks like it's screaming A+ here yet, everyone, right? Apple may be our best bet, but still needs a little bit of work on that volume profile. little bit tough to want to fade Apple here, right? But we get this engulfing volume back inside the Bollinger Band. Certainly going to have a lot of room down, so could be in play. See if those indexes will cooperate, right? Good volume on QQQ, but would like to see this thing fill out as well, right? Got space on the Bollinger Bands, right? Revert back to the mean. So certainly could be in play. AMD and Nvidia both still catching my eye, but they're being very stubborn here, wanting to kind of give us that further breakdown. So want to be very patient, right, until that happens. So just keeping my eye on Apple here for the next 2 minutes, right? See how this thing closes. We'll be watching the option chain here as well. I've currently got my eyes on those 175 puts. I'm just going to see, right, how they behave, how they price, where the volume steps in. All these sort of things, kind of get a little feel for them here as we kind of approach some of these areas to break down. If this thing can give us that full body, full volume close, right, we'll definitely be interested. But let's wait for that. Alternatively, right, can also look at QQQ, right, targeting initially this 200 EMA, midline, bottom line, right? So these could be in play, but let's wait, right? We got another $1.23 on these closes. So make sure they give us those full body, full volume. Nvidia, right, same thing. AMD, right, same thing. So we are seeing maybe a little bit of weakness here step in. Let's just now wait and see which one wants to give us that most relative strength to the downside, and then we can look to take advantage of those moves. Definitely looks like it's more bearish than bullish though, and let's see if these candles can fill out and give us those A+ combos. Okay, good close here from Apple. Definitely a good close here from Apple. Okay, we have the right risk reward here. We have the right risk reward here, right? We do have the right risk reward. So if this thing can break down under this 175, it'll be interesting. I'm looking at the 175 puts here, right? Approximately a 50-cent stop loss, so pretty easy to figure out, right? Need approximately a 20% stop loss on this. This is not a full-size play, right? This is about a half-size play here. Incredible bounces there, right? Very, very impressive bounces, but annoying ones because it's screwing up our risk reward ratios, right? Apple's been invalidated, so we can't chase after this. Let's take a look here, Rusty. Good luck. Yeah, nice work. Looking good here. Good volume. Yeah, you got a chance here, man. Good luck. Can't chase after this Tesla break here, right? Not good enough volume, so we need to be patient. Right? This inside bar, high volume inside bar, not good. Right? Keeps the bear case in play, but we need to get increasing full body candle right above that. Otherwise, no visual confirmation that bears are in control. Some of these AMDs, right, Nvidias maybe want to push high a day here again, but now risk reward ratios are skewed. Right, was looking at this initially here, but now we're looking at like 45 cents for 60 cents gain, right? That's not justifiable risk reward. Similar story here in Nvidia, right? Looking for 90 cents reward for, you know, dollar risk, right? So just not justifiable. This Tesla could be ready for a pop. Needs to close. I want to see this how this candle closes, but inside bar, a little fake out to the downside. Yeah, for me, Swanee, I just care as long as that. So we're still like we're reacting off of this opening 30 min. So as long as it's still like well above average on that time frame, I'm happy to use shorter ones. I'm just trying to see if I can get tighter risk reward. That's really all. So I'm just trying to see, yeah, just in this run up, right, what this 15-minute candle looks like. See if there's any like outlier hints, right? Like this little 5-minute inside bar kind of telling me, I don't know, just that it's not ready to the downside, right? I don't know if I'd see that here in the 15. So just bouncing around, trying to get as much information as I can. And I'm happy to trust these shorter time frames as long as this 30-minute volume is like well above average or creeping up towards that average. So on this Tesla, right, we're still just waiting for any sign of building momentum, right? We don't have that here yet. So we just need to be patient, right? We need to be patient. Not a particularly busy morning here, right? Very choppy action. If we stay within sort of daily time frames, right, we can see how small these ranges are, how little has actually been accomplished here. So we don't need to rush anything, guys. We still don't need to force anything, right? Be patient, disciplined traders. That's where our advantage is. All right, Tesla might give us a chance here on this 15-minute time frame to the downside. Talked a little bit this morning, right? As long as this VIX kind of hanging out above 20, we have the expectation that we have a chance for follow through, right? Or for the right kind of volatility, as long as that volume steps in. So we're okay here, right? We can still get some action, but let's make sure, right, things are A+ before we chase after them. That's when we're going to get paid. So realistically, right, if this Tesla sets up, I'll be looking at these 900 puts. So let's see if this thing comes together. Still got a couple minutes, right, before it's ready, but definitely the right volume pace. 2 minutes to go, right? Looks like we're going to even possibly even exceed this 5-minute candle. So let's see if this thing can hold up, right? But looking good. So we got another $1.50, right? $1.50 to go here. Let's wait. We've got room down towards this 9.15, right? 9.10 area. So we got space here, right? We got like $11, $12, right? So we got lots of space. We can afford to be patient. Let's wait for it to be A+. This QQQ looks interesting as well, right? Nice little inside bar here. We got a lot of room down, right? Gap fill too. So very, very interesting. Maybe this QQQ is going to be a bigger priority than this Tesla. Certainly probably easier to for us to all get an entry in here. Would say that was the greatest close from Tesla anyway. So QQQ guys, I'm going to be looking for an entry here. We got a lot. We got a really good ratio. I'll be looking at the February 11th puts. Those 360s have exceptional volume, so that's me my priority. About 60-cent stop loss, right? So it's not too bad, right? It's about that 15% target. So we'll be going about 2/3 sizing here if we can get a breakdown under this 362.40. Ben, if you're in here, my current limit price that I've got set for these contracts is 260. So I'm willing to get, as we approach, right, any fill kind of under or, that's less than that number, right, I'll be happy to get in at. So I make sure, right, if it creeps up and it's still below, right, or goes above, right, I'll be a little bit more, I'll give it a little bit more leeway. But at the moment, right, assuming an entry approximately 260 on these 360 puts. Yeah, so Bollinger Band breakdown, right? Inside bar here. So really good selling volume. Paired that with a nice little confirmation candle, consolidation, right? Weak buyers. So if we see those weak dip buyers get taken out, we have a gap fill to the downside here, and then midline, bottom line. So Ben, just hit your price number, right? Where you go to fill in your hit limit and then type in a price. So going to be looking for an entry here in a second, guys. Going to be looking for an entry here in a second. 10 cents away, right? 10 cents away. All right, guys, I am in at 259.4 on those 360 puts. Let's see if we can get some nice follow through here to the downside and fill this gap. Stop loss 363.23. Yeah, it feels like that, right? Definitely a lot of bearish pressure, but maybe we're a little bit early here. So be careful, right? We still don't want to get too attached to this. Still think we're in okay shape, but I don't like the immediate pullback. So let's see if this thing can keep breaking down, but it's got a little bit of work to do. I just can't see people positioning themselves as bullish into an inflation number. I just struggle with that. So bias has to be to the downside. So I'm out, guys. I'm out. Yeah, good question, Zach. So inside bar right, consolidation, looking for a takeout of those weak buyers. When those weak buyers get taken out, right, that's your entry trigger. So that's why we're looking for that. Annoying. I thought we had to look there for a second. A little bit of a fake out. Tough, tough. Yeah, that's tough, Paco. That's tough, man. I'm right on the week now, too. So it's frustrating for sure. It's been some absolute just chop, right? No follow through, baby ranges. Look at these daily candles, right? These are nothings. So when it's like this, right, we're relatively stuck. There's not much we can do here. Don't get follow through in the markets, right? We're not going to get follow through in our individual names. It's tough when they don't give us those breakdowns either. Fuck. But it's the way she goes, right? It's the way she goes. Yeah, it's tough, right? Well, we're trying to break out of these ranges, right? That's why we're going after those lows. But I think very much market's waiting for that CPI data now. So it's tough. But this is a nothing range on the SPY. Disgusting. Well, I think everyone's just waiting for a CPI now tomorrow. Right? I feel like that's the big one. Okay, we might be starting to get a little bit of breakouts here, right? Like this Nvidia breaking out over high of day. Against that outlier increasing volume here, right, might be in play. Apple's starting to bounce back, right? Tesla's starting to bounce back. So some of these stuff are looking okay. See if these just give us A plus candle volume combos. BA continues to climb, but just can't get that right, right, like pattern confirmation to come together here. Worth keeping an eye on this. Needs to pull back first anyway. These BA spreads just not particularly convincing. It's really the only thing that's giving me a little bit of pause here. Those 215s look okay, but everything else looks kind of crappy. So I am definitely interested in BA here, guys, above this 20 or 216.85. Looking at the 215 calls here, full size position, very tight stop, but I can't get full size on a BA, right, for myself personally. But otherwise, right, this would be a full size play. Still not in, right? Still not in. Going to look for an entry above that 216.85, right? We think we've got room up towards that like 218 area. So we got pretty tight risk reward here. Could definitely be in play. So let's see if this thing can come together. Pretty close here. Looking for, like I said, above 216.85 here with the 215 calls. All right, guys, I am in at 360. 360. Okay, good initial reaction here so far from this BA. Let's see if it can keep running up for us and giving us a little bit more pop. If we approach that $4 mark on these contracts, I'm going to look to take in a little bit of profit and then see if we can keep running this up. But so far, so good. So let's even get that next pop, right? Push this over past that 217 and turn this into a nice little play. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, we're currently in BA, just entered 30 seconds ago. 15 calls right at 360 spot 8. Just give this a second, right? It's not 10% yet, so give it a second. All right, guys, I'm stopping myself out on this as well. It's tough, guys. We can't get the right timing here today, right? That's a really crappy candle for us. Way it goes, right? Way it goes sometimes. Way of the road. So still waiting, right? See if we can get something that gives us that A plus again. But not an easy morning here so far, right? Not getting much ranges, not getting much action, getting chopped out of our play. So bias, right, is to now not overtrade, right? Not force anything until things kind of give us those breakouts, right? Not getting those signals, not getting those actions. It's not worth digging ourselves bigger holes, right? So let's see if something sets up A plus, then we can go after it. But we've had two really good looking trades not come together, so we're not going to force things. We're not going to overtrade things. We're certainly not going to put ourselves in a situation where we can't come back to trading again tomorrow, right? That's our number one job as traders. So always put yourself in that position. Not every day is going to be green, right? Unfortunately, but not every day is going to be red either. So still in play here, guys, right? See if we can find something. We don't need to call it quits or anything along those lines, but let's make sure that we're only going after the strongest of plays.
All right, so let's see. 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 Let's see
So Nvidia's looking interesting here again, right? See if this thing can break out, give us that increasing volume here above this 258.60. Starts to get interesting, right? So this could be in play. Good increasing volume here as we're approaching. We have room towards that 262 area. Definitely have room. So this increasing volume, right? Certainly looks pretty tempting. So I am going to be interested in here in a second if we can get this thing to give us that right risk reward profile. Want to see this thing pull back here first, right? Don't have my order set up, nothing along those lines. Going to be looking here realistically probably at those 260 calls. We can get a breakout over that. I want to see this pull back first though, right? Need to see this thing pull back first. Okay, so we want to see this candle go red first, right? We want to see. $30 will still be in play as well if we don't get this thing to give us that entry here. Right, so we don't have to rush this yet. We can still be patient. It's annoying when things run without us, right? It's the way it goes sometimes, though. Way it goes. Still have a chance here, right? We still have a chance to be patient. AMD giving us that breakout over that 130, right? We talked about this pre-market. So this thing can give us that break and hold, right? Maybe it's just a little lagger here to this Nvidia. So this would be worth keeping an eye on as well. Like to see that break and hold though on that outlier volume, right? Need increasing volume here. See how this candle closes here on this Nvidia, right? It's got a little bit of work to do to get back towards that 260. Green, full body green close, right? Keeps us in play. Otherwise, we wait for the 30-minute candle. Good volume though, right? Again, right? Increasing volume pace. So what we like to see, now we just need to see that full body candle here. Yeah, I mean, you can touch it for sure. Yeah, this 30-minute candle here on Nvidia looks really interesting. right? Even if it's not highest volume bar of the day, this is impossible to ignore. So fourth consecutive, right? Increasing volume bar here. So I'm looking at those 260 calls. Zach, we'll talk about that RBLX in a second. Let's just focus on this here. So let's see how this thing closes, right? But really good volume profile here, guys. So I'm looking at the 260 calls. We need a little pullback, though. Let this thing go red first. Let this thing go red, and then we can look to chase. So see if this thing can give us a little pullback first. Right, we just need a logical spot for a stop loss, right? If we don't have one, it's just a little bit challenging. So see if this pull back, defend, and then breakout. We'll have a chance. Okay, so I'll be looking for a breakout over this 261 here, guys. Right over this 261. I'm in partial. There we go. I'm in 520, 10% stop loss, or this red line, whatever happens first. And let's see if this thing can push us. Average price 520. Average price 520. All right, so let's see if Nvidia can give us that pop here, right? Let's see if this thing can give us that pop. Can be pretty aggressive with how I manage this trade, right? So if we get to that 10%, gonna look to take a little bit off pretty quick. But let's see if this thing can give us a little bit of follow through here, guys. Be nice to catch a green trade. So let's see if this thing can give us that pop. In at 520, current ask 530. Let's see if this thing can give us that follow through. Yeah, it's starting to move slowly, right? Starting to move slowly, but I don't want to get too greedy here still, right? Still don't want to get too greedy. So let's be patient, right? That's the way this market's been behaving. I don't think we've really compromised on too many setups here, guys. I don't think we've chased any crappy action. It's just, when we know that our setups work, right, 75 to 80% of the time, you can't get frustrated when they don't work 100% of the time, right? So variance means we're going to have good days. Variance means we're going to have bad days. Let's hope we can salvage this one, but we can't force it. We can't force the market to do things it doesn't want to do, right? It's never going to reward us for that behavior. So let's see if we can keep getting some follow through, right? See if we can keep getting some nice action, but we're certainly not going to force any plays. I think this stock is pregnant with how many times I'm asking it to push. So let's see if we can now get that pop, right? We survived. Our stop loss was in the right place. So let's see if we can get this thing to really give us that follow through here and get us towards that entry protection mode. So let's see if this thing can go, guys, right? Let's see if this thing can go. Okay, looking good here, right? Looking good. So let's see if we can keep trying to take, right, we want to take some off on the way up. So I'm going to have a profit target here at this 570 on these 260 calls. Let's see if we can keep getting some follow through, right? See if this thing can help turn this day around for us. So like I said, guys, I'm going to take off approximately 1/5 of my position here at 570. 570. All right, there we go, guys. Locked in a little bit of profit there at that 10%. So now let's see if this thing can go gas for us and turn into a nice play. Stop loss here is at 535. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through past and over this 262. We're in good shape here. Can't let this trade go red, right? Still not green on the day, but we're definitely in good shape. So let's see if this thing can give us that follow through, guys, up and over. Stop loss on my remainder is at 535, locked in here at that 10%. So let's see if this thing can now push for us and kind of save this day a little bit. Nvidia to the rescue again. That might be Kramer's next horse name. So guys, I'm going to try to take some more off here. As we approach kind of that 620, right? That's going to be close to 20% on this play. So I'm going to look to take a little bit more off, be left with approximately half of one of my original position. And now let's see if we can keep getting a bit more pop. Trying to take some off here at 625. Let's see if we can keep going. Nice work, Rusty. I am, if I can close here, I'll be green as well. So let's see if this thing can keep going, but really good recovery here, guys, right? Hopefully if you are green, right, that's good risk management. So let's see if we can keep getting this run up. Stop loss on my remainder now, right, going to be 585, and let's see if this thing can keep going. But again, guys, really, really good shape. Nvidia to the rescue, back-to-back days. So let's see if this thing can keep rolling, see if this thing can keep flying. Hopefully a few of you guys are in this as well, and now starting to see and smile on the day. So let's see if we did enough to survive that pullback, right? We locked in a couple points of profit here. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us some follow through. Stop loss 585, but not going to get too aggressive if it doesn't give us that follow through, right? We're not going to force it. We're just going to let it trade the way it wants to. Then we're going to keep getting that action. So be patient, guys. Be disciplined, right? If this thing keeps going, it keeps going. If it doesn't, right, make sure you're protecting entry and not letting this trade go red. We can survive this pullback. It's good volume, right? But we might not be able to do that. So I got stopped out, guys. I got stopped out. But really, really good recovery, right? Really good recovery trade. I'm not fully green there when I got stopped out, but almost, right? Almost all the way back. Down like 500 bucks here now. It was down like 7K earlier. So pretty happy with this, right? Back in play. It's all it takes, right? If we're patient, that's all it takes. So let's see if we can keep finding another play. See if we can keep finding some strength, right? If this Nvidia sets up again for us, gives us that full body, we're going to have another stab, but we don't need to rush things, guys. We don't need to force things. Just keep stacking them up, right? Just keep stacking them up. I think generally tough closes here, right? Tough for us to chase up after this up high. Yeah, Rusty. It's literally the difference between being a winning trader and being a losing trader, right? So dynamic position sizing, right? Keeping your risk consistent. It's so important, right? It's so important. It's what keeps you alive. It's what gives you a chance, and it protects your mental capital too, right? So you don't make any dumb decisions the following trade because you know you're always one trade away, right? You can always keep that mindset, keep that, then we're going to be okay. It's going to be times where markets are really tough, but if you can be green or close to green on a 1 for 3 day, man, that's a great place to be, right? That's a great place to be. So keep working at it, guys, right? Keep doing what you got to do. It's just, that's the trading game, right? Keep trading a numbers game, but you totally ruin that numbers game, right? The second you start neglecting your risk management. So congratulations to everyone who caught that. Hopefully a few of you guys did. If you did, let me know. Let Rusty know how good your risk management is. And congratulations, everyone. Keep working though, right? Day's not over yet. It's still only 11 a.m. So we still got a lot of stuff, a lot of time here left in the day to see if we can turn this into a really, really nice day. But let's not force things, right? Let's not overtrade. Again, we're going to wait for that A+ setup. Once we get that A+, then we're going to go after it. Then we're going to chase moves, but no compromises in between. Honestly, though, Nitesh, right? I love that. The fact that you're 0 for 0 today, you haven't placed a single trade, that's incredible discipline. So, man, I love that. I think that's fantastic. If you don't like trading range days, man, awesome, right? You identified it. You know to stay away, right? So I cannot complain about that whatsoever. That's a very veteran move. So really, really well done, man. That's awesome. And thank you for the kind words, right? Look, guys, I always have conviction in my system, right? I know that over the course of a year, right? Last 2021, I had like almost a 75% win percentage, right? Across the year. That doesn't include scratch trades, which is anything plus or minus $100, right? So I have confidence in my strategy, right? It's going to take a lot for me to stop trusting it, right? Stop trading it because I've back tested it, right? I've now got a couple of years of trading it, right? Or trading a version of it. But that doesn't mean it won't evolve. It doesn't mean it won't change, right? It doesn't mean I won't adapt. It just means that, I have my conviction to follow my plays, right? I trust my system and I just let my risk management, right, keep me from kind of losing my head, right? So I can go 0 for 3 and still be okay mentally. Once I kind of break down past that number, right, when I go for that strikeout, I start to get a little bit, I start to find trades that aren't there. Maybe it's a good way of putting it. But, until then, right, as long as you keep your sizing fine, everyone has a number. And it's all about keeping your position sizing reasonable so you have the mental capital to trust your system on that next play. Because we know, right, no strategy works 100% of the time. No strategy works that has a good amount of action that works 99% of the time, right? So we have to have some room for variance. We have to have some room for up and down. if it was super easy, right, everyone would do it. Everyone would have that same thing. So we have to control the things we can control, and then, right, just let the market dictate terms to us, and we just take advantage of those terms when they come together. Yeah, exactly, right? Just sit and wait for your A plus. There's nothing wrong with being on sitting on hands, guys, right? Market's always going to be here. But if we blow our accounts or we trade conditions that aren't perfect or that aren't good for us, right? We won't always be able to trade it, right? So the market's gonna outlast us always. So it's always gonna be here tomorrow. It's always gonna be, right, available for us. So don't need to force plays. You can always come back, wake up, and trade again tomorrow. So this Nvidia, right, might give us another look here on this 30 main candle. Another full body, full volume breakout. So kind of hard to ignore this, right? This is going to be highest volume bar of the day on a full body candle. Could be in play, right? So let's see how this thing closes over the next 2 minutes, and then we can look to take a shot here again. So I just don't think this is a good enough close, right, to justify a chase towards this upper area here, right, towards that 265. We got like $1.60 for $1.30 risk, right? So not particularly justifiable. If we get this thing to be tighter, right, maybe it's in play. But as is, I wouldn't say that's just going to be the right look. So going to be sitting on hands, not chasing this one up here at the moment. We'll see if this can come together, but I'm not super optimistic after that last 5-minute close. It's not particularly great, but we'll see, right? We'll still wait to see if we can get that outlier full body close up and over, and then we'll have a chance. Right, above that 265, it has to be a power hour setup, right? Above that 265, we got a lot of room up, right? 272 is sort of that next expected target. Can't even see it on the 5, right? So we have a lot of space in between here, right? Maybe a stop along the way at like that 270, but pretty good spacing. So we can afford to be pretty patient waiting for this thing if it's not perfect yet. So just be a little bit careful here, right? We're stuck in the very middle of this band, right? So kind of want to see it kind of maybe break out over this 310, right? Give you that high volume and then, right, push towards high of day. In between, I'm not super convinced. It still looks like volume inside consolidation. So I don't think this is quite ready for us yet. Microsoft's probably the hardest one to trade to the upside here today, simply because of this bear flag pattern, right? We're kind of getting some indecision here within that pattern, now not really breaking out or breaking down. So kind of in no man's land here a little bit, right, in the short term. If we are going to get bullish breakouts, right, something like this, why is this Nvidia? It should be QQQ. Right, something like this might be the easier one, right? Kind of like an ascending wedge breakout towards that 365. So it might be in play for that afternoon, but just want to be a little bit careful here to not chase after something. I think that Microsoft is the hardest one for us to trade to the upside today. Yeah, it's kind of feeling like that, right? So I get it, right? I get it, but yeah, I still want to force it, right? I really don't want to force it. So guys, I don't anticipate finding any further setups here going into this lunchtime period, right? It's been a very range bound, right? Very much a doji day here. So let's not get too carried away chasing after this action, right? With a price action like this here so far today, you can't expect, or you can't have the reasonable expectation that you're going to get a lot of follow through here over that lunchtime period. Yeah, let's take a look at this Roku, Joey, one sec. Good spike, but don't like that it kind of ran right away here. No little pullback. So that's a little bit annoying. Pretty good increasing volume here on this 30-minute candle, though. I think you still have this expectation that this is going to consolidate, though, right? Kind of a high volume red candle there, maybe slowing things down just a little bit. So I'd rather be just a bit slower, maybe. I think that makes things just a little bit better. Wait for this thing to maybe set up again for power hour. Been a pretty big rip. Let it catch its breath and then kind of come together. On the 30-minute, looks really good too, but by the time this candle closes, you're into that lunchtime period all of a sudden. And so just kind of I think you just run out of space a little bit more than anything. So if you can wait, I think this is a really good one to add to the watch list for the afternoon, but I don't think it's ready here yet. And I mean this the same thing, kind of like this Nvidia, right? Where now it's had this big move. You know, we can maybe even make the argument this is like a bit of a bull flag here. But if it breaks out or gives us that pop on this low vol pullback, it's just, I think it needs to catch its breath here over lunch before it wants to run. Just don't have the expectation that we're going to get easy follow through. So I'd rather not chase it right until we get an indication of some clean action. So for now, more to watch than to trade, but I think that's a really good eye. So we'll have it on watch here this afternoon. All right, everyone. So I'm going to take off for lunch here. Like I said, don't really anticipate any setups coming together here for this rest of this morning. So rather not force anything right over this lunch period. They're just going to bleed premium. So don't chase anything. Don't waste your money. If something sets up right, or if something comes together, we'll be back at it. We'll be ready to crush it. But for now, right, going to take off for lunch. We'll be back around that 1:30 time frame like always, and we'll be ready to hopefully find some strong setups for this power hour. So see you guys all then. In the meantime, right, if you have any questions, anything you're looking at, send me a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
So it's not that this isn't a strong enough candle, right? But not strong enough volume. So inside, right, that led to this consolidation. We kind of need to just see something that invalidates this weakness here, right? This 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. So we don't really have that at the moment. If we get a volume bar that can kind of exceed this standard, then we have a chance to chase after this. But for now, nothing there. So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice break, right? QQQ did not really give us any follow through here to the upside, just kind of consolidated, right? Just didn't get strong enough volume to invalidate this bearish action here from this 11 p.m. or 11 a.m. Sorry. So no chance for us to get that follow through, right? SPY still very much in a tight range here. A little bit more than $1.20, but not by much, right? $2 range on the SPY, 0.5%. Not exactly exciting. Apple, right? Still very much looking range bound here. Baby little doji, very little tiny range. I need to see a breakout over this 120 or 177.20, right? Or under this 169.50, right? Realistically, right? 169.50 probably not in play here. But if we can get a breakout up and over, right? That's still very much in play for power hour. But we need a volume explosion if we're going to get that. To the downside, right? Maybe there's still chance. Done nothing to sort of invalidate this selling pressure. Have not tried to make a lower low since this morning. So there could still be something here on Apple, but, still need more volume, right? Still need something. Could have room to run this down towards that 172, right? 172.50 area, as long as that volume profile can come in as we push new lows. But feel like we're still a ways away from that happening. Tesla continues to consolidate here within this ascending wedge pattern. Probably going to be slightly increasing volume here, but still less than yesterday. So I wouldn't say this is particularly impressive here yet. Still less than yesterday, right? We could get that increasing, but for now, still less than yesterday. We've touched or gotten close towards that 950, but just haven't been able to get a breakout up and over. So that's really what we're waiting for, right? Not really much of a range here, not really much for us to trade. So we need to remain fairly patient, right? Waiting for this thing to give us a breakout in either direction. For now, right, not really there, but if it can, right, we'll have a little bit of potential up and over. Eventually, right, maybe even be able to run this up towards that 1,000, right? And then clearly Bollinger Band say there's room towards that like 1,100 area. Microsoft, right, same thing. Very small range, kind of doji price action, lots of very indecision. So we're sort of stuck here, right? Bias is still to the downside, needs to break down under this 299. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we're really quite there yet here today, right? Doesn't feel like we're getting much momentum. So happy to sit on hands, right, until proven otherwise. Like always, right, in this afternoon, we'll see if we can find any few sort of outlier names, right, or something that wants to give us some sort of relative strength. Nvidia's been that nice little winner for us here today again, right, coming in to save the day. So we'll continue to watch, right, see if it wants to step in with some volume, maybe creep back up. But for now, right, nothing is screaming A+. Even something like this AMD, right, okay, not bad close there on that 1 p.m. candle, right, as a candle shape, but kind of disappointing volume profile. So kind of have some like volume divergence setups maybe coming together, things along those lines, but still a ways away before they're particularly interesting. I'd say best case scenario, right, we're hoping for some action towards that power hour. So around that kind of 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 2:30 time frame. Start to see if we can get a little bit of follow through to the downside. Not sure if we're going to get there, right? I don't know what's going to give us that neatest or easiest setup, but, kind of a nervous, choppy market. Tomorrow we have a very, very important day of pre-market data. Initial jobless claims, continuing CPI, core CPI, right? Very, very big numbers. We're expecting to see, inflation numbers, right? Expecting it to come in at 7.2%. And so any number greater than that, right, it's going to be a significant year-over-year change. So anything like 7.3, 7.5, even 8% if it gets crazy. We'd expect to see a pretty crazy reaction from the market, right, if we got one of those types of numbers. Not sure if that's going to be the case. I feel like even if they're going to pick and choose, right, the type of data they show us, and just be very cautious, right, and careful. Try not to spook this market, but certainly, right, market wants to be pricing in a rate hike here in March, right, March 16th. And if we get really nasty inflation data, that's going to start to become, not that we're going to get a 25 basis point hike, right, that we're going to start coming in with a 50 basis point hike. Now, today we've had a few of the Fed speakers chatting, and like always, right, so Michelle Bowman this morning was talking about how she doesn't really see the basis yet here for a 50-point rate hike, right, or 50 basis point rate hike. She doesn't really buy that thesis or doesn't see a compelling case for that here yet. But, right, if we get an inflation print tomorrow towards that 8, right? That's what that market's going to say. Okay, now we have that argument. And so all of a sudden, we're going to get maybe some nasty selling, nasty positioning. In general, right, been a very low volume Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. And so we want to make sure that we're not getting ourselves trapped into head fakes. So want to be focusing on longer time frame confirmations, right? 15, 30-minute time frames, and then seeing where those kind of candles, right, can come in to support our theses. So for now, right, we're kind of waiting for convincing higher high breakouts, right, or low of day breakdowns. And we need strong volume, strong candle combos. We're not particularly there yet. I know Facebook was running a little bit here today, had, up over that 230 mark. So really good volume profile there at that 1230, but not great candle. So we'll see if that volume can return. Certainly looks like it has room towards that 240 area, right? So it definitely would be interested in this, but need to see more volume step in, right, on any kind of breakout. If we do get a high volume rejection, right, we could look for reversions back towards that 223 area. And that would maybe be potentially the easier setup, right, as we're kind of playing with that Facebook trend to the downside. So we'll keep an eye on this, right? Roku, Joey was talking about earlier. So we're still going to need to see that 165 area break and hold or look for a higher volume rejection. It doesn't seem like we're quite there yet again. So need to be patient, right? And we'll see what can come together here for us. But we're not going to overtrade, guys. We're not going to force plays that aren't there. And let's make sure that if we do go after something, right, it's only a plus. That being said, right, if you're looking at anything, if there's something that's catching your eye, pop in the chat. We'll make sure we go over it. But if there's nothing to trade as long as we're stuck relatively range bound in our core 5 names. So we'll see what steps up or what can kind of come together here. But nothing to, like I said, guys, nothing to overtrade, nothing to force for now. Personally, for myself, I'm down like $500 on the day. Probably should have been green, right? But it is what it is. We'll see if something can come together, but not going to try to force it, right? It's okay to take an L, not the end of the world, right? If that happens, but if we do get something here, right, I'm very easily within one trade, right? I'm within 1% of being green, right? 1% on any kind of position sizing. So pretty easy, right, to get it back. Call this a scratch day for now. So wait for that A plus, right? Don't feel that pressure. Don't feel that pull. That's just your brain tricking you, right? Trying to mess with you to get you to overtrade. Don't do it, right? It's not worth it. So we're going to wait for that A plus setup. Then we'll take advantage of these moves. But until then, let's remain patient, disciplined traders, and ask questions in the chat, and we'll go over them. But for now, guys, nothing to trade. Hey, Carlos, I'm good, man. How you doing? How's trading Bitcoin going for you? Yeah, good man. I mean, we've taken a couple here today, but hasn't been too much action. Yeah, another day of consolidation, eh? So seems like we're stuck, right? If Bitcoin doesn't know what to do, doesn't seems like the markets don't know what they want to do. But glad to hear you're doing well. Glad to hear that. No worries, man. Good to hear from you. Yeah, do you have any trades you want to go over? Anything that anything that you've been looking at recently, or any trades you want to go through? Happy to do that. But if you just want to say hi, well, good to say hello. Always feel free to reach out on Twitter as well. You always got my DM, so no need to be a stranger. So we'll see what can come together here, guys, right? Not necessarily expecting a very busy immediate next like 15, 30 minutes. We still need to see, right, some of these candles break out. We need to see some volume step in and return, right, before some of these breakouts or breakdowns look interesting. Very much stuck in kind of like no man's land here with some of these daily candles, right? Still look kind of very much doji-esque. So as long as we're sort of stuck within these ranges, it's going to be very hard for us to get any consistent follow through up and over, right? AMD, Nvidia, Facebook might all be in play, but we still need those volume bars, right, to step in, some volume outliers to step in and to really push moves. For those of you, right, we're looking at something else, feel free to pop it in the chat and we'll go over it. But nothing to force here, right? Nothing to overtrade. Just make sure that if we do take something, right, it's A-plus setups only, and we need volume to step in before that happens. We have the expectation, right, that volume normally comes in around that 2 p.m. to 2:45, 3 p.m. time frame. So we'll be kind of just sitting now and watching, right, waiting to see where that interest steps in. Tomorrow's core CPI could be on everyone's mind, so might still get some kind of funky positioning here going into today's close. And so we'll have to be kind of careful about that. Short term, or at least going into this power hour, next kind of hour and 12 minutes. We're going to be making sure that if we do get confirmation, it's on the 15 and 30 min time frames. Just give ourselves just a little bit more time instead of trying to rush things. We don't need to be first. We just need to be correct here today. So no real outlier volume bars here as we approach this 2 p.m. hour. So no setups here at the moment, right? No confirmation candle volume combos. So sitting on hands here for the short term. We'll see if something triggers, but for now, not quite there. Definitely got a bias high a day, right? We're like 60 cents away on the SPY, so very possible, right, for something to happen very easily. But we're just kind of just a little bit stuck in no man's land here still. So let's get these breakouts, right? Let's get some of this noise to clear, and then we'll have an opportunity, right? Make sure that volume steps in, and we'll have a party. But for now, guys, right, there's nothing to trade. We need to be very patient, need to sit on hands. Nothing to force, right? If we chase after conditions that aren't great, we just set ourselves up to fail. And so there's no value in that, right? Cash is a position too. And we're day traders, right? We don't need to be super active. That's like a Hollywood myth, right? So 1 or 2 good setups a day is all you need, right? 1 or 2 good setups a week is all you need, right? So you don't need to overtrade. Be patient, wait for your A+, and then look to take advantage of it. For now, right, still sitting on hands. We'll see if something comes together. Like always, guys, if there's something you're looking at, something that pops across on your watch list, pop in the chat. We'll go over it. But for now, just kind of waiting for these alerts to trigger and then for these volume candle combos to step in. Yeah, it's been a pretty good one to us, huh? Yeah, we've had like our last like 3 big wins are all Nvidia. It's been that right combo of like volatile and like good volatile. So it's been a fun one to trade for sure. I think it's like last 3 big wins are all Nvidia. How do you find your performance since you joined, Zach? Is there a significant difference in general? That's fantastic to hear. I absolutely love to hear that. Guys, a few things I forgot to mention here so far today. For those of you who are guests or who aren't DTR members, welcome to DTR Wednesday, right? Do free live streams every Wednesday. Have a few links for everyone down in the description. So a couple free resources. If you want to get your free day traders guidebook, right, which looks a little bit like this, you'll see in a second here. Right, you can download this for free. Right, and gives you kind of everything how to trade here. And just click that link in the description. You'll get that sent to your email. So that's free for everyone to download. Right, no worries for everyone. And hopefully you can learn something new. Otherwise, right, we're just looking and waiting, right, for A+ volume candle combo. If we can get those on some of these high day breakouts, right, maybe we have a chance. Something like this like this SPY, right? Definitely giving us a look here. But we want to wait for this 30-minute candle to give it, right? We've got such a poor volume standard since that 10 a.m. So we need to see some more volume step in before I can be really convinced that there's some enthusiasm behind this move. Same story here in QQQ, right? We're still looking like 18 minutes away. Apple consolidating, right? Well within its sort of daily range, not really giving us a breakout in either direction. We are starting to maybe make a little bit of a trend line here, right? So something to watch, right? Maybe not perfect to the upside right now, right? Because it's not been able to have that momentum over. Not really being able to break down either. Might just need to catch its breath here a little bit today. Tesla, similar story, right? Kind of daily doji. Not particularly giving us a breakout, right? Not particularly giving us a breakdown. So we need to see a move, right, preferably above this 950 on volume. Just don't know if that's going to set up and happen. Microsoft, right, again, right, doji, stuck, consolidating, not really giving us anything. So we need to sit on hands here, right? There's not much that's particularly triggering, not much that's looking super interesting. We'll see if some of these names can give us a strong volume push, right? Nvidia, AMD always want to get involved. But same stories, right? We need more volume here before they're ready. So We're 15 minutes away, guys, right, before something looking like we might get confirmation. So we need to wait, right, until we get those A+ looks, and then we can take advantage of it. For now, right, maybe not a bad volume pace on some of these names. SPY specifically, we're certainly going to be increasing. Just don't know if we're going to get to that big enough volume. I want to see something that invalidates this like 11 a.m., right? Maybe 11:30. When you get something that shows me more sign of strength besides that, then I'm going to have some confidence that we have legs for some continuation. Otherwise, I just have to assume that we're going to be stuck in this kind of premium destroying, soul crushing action. So not our objective to trade this kind of chop, right? So let's see if we can get something to sort of invalidate this, and then we can take advantage of it.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
So volume definitely looking more impressive here all of a sudden, right? I would like to see more step in still, but we certainly seem like we are on pace to at least get that chance to sort of exceed this 11 a.m., right? 12 minutes to go. Let's see if it can step up, but looking better, right? Looking more optimistic. So let's see if that can come together. If not, right, good to see at least volume returning as we approach that power hour. So even if we don't get that, right? It's okay. It means we still have this expectation that more volume will step in for that final hour of the day. Then we can look to take advantage of it. But for now, right, this is still just theoretical, right? We're still watching. It's nothing here that's gone confirmation mode. So nothing to trade, just sitting on hands until it's perfect. Yeah, so good question. I didn't quite go over the trailing stop today, but I'll tell you what I normally do. So I use Interactive Brokers, and they have a feature called Chart Trader. And on Chart Trader, right, you get to basically just see, you get like a red line or a green line, however you set it up, whatever colors you set it up, right? And this will be like my stop loss, and I can drag it. And when price goes below that, I get stopped out, right? So that's what I do for my stop loss. And then I just always keep it at the low of the previous option candle. So if we make a lower low on the previous 5-min, or like from the previous 5-min candle, that I'm getting out, right? That's usually my like self stop out, right, kind of number. So it's generally what I do. But then when I'm entering, I have limit orders that I have a kind of estimation of where I think the price is going to be, and then a little bit of a buffer above that. So I'm basically giving myself it's essentially like a market order, right? But it's a market order with a limited, I don't use Thinkorswim. I've never used it before, so I can't help you there. I don't know. Maybe if you call their customer service, I'm not sure. Or if someone uses Thinkorswim here and can help Zach, I'm sure he'd really appreciate that, and I'd really appreciate that as well. So yeah, Zach, I can't help you from that aspect, unfortunately. Okay, Facebook will be added to this watch list, unfortunately, as well. So we'll be watching this closely here, right? If you give us that outlier volume, certainly looks like it has a chance. Definitely going to give us increasing volume. Very nice momentum here on this Bollinger Band breakout setup. We think we've got a little bit of room up, right? Probably towards that 238. I'd imagine a stop along the way at that 235 zone. But we'd like to see if we can get that full body, full volume up and over this area, right? I like going short on Facebook. I hate going long. Like them and Snapchat, my least two favorite companies in the world. So let's see, right, 3.5 minutes or 3 minutes 50 seconds here, right, till these candles close. Let's see if they can give us that relative strength that we're looking for. Definitely interested though, right? SPY going to be close to a kind of breaking up and over this 11. Might not get there. Facebook, right, waiting to see if this can kind of touch that average and go full body, right? We want something that looks kind of like this. So we can get that combo, right? This could be in play. We still got to wait here, right? Still not quite perfect. So let's just wait it out for a second and then we'll have a chance. So 3 minutes here to go. Let's see how these candles close over this next little 3 minutes. And then we can see to jump in or see where that relative strength lies. Option volume on Facebook is crazy. Sorry, my dog just had himself a little bit of a meltdown there. Option volume pretty good, right? So the 240s look incredible. 235s look really, really good. So we'll be looking at probably one of those, right? But anything that has like 2K volume or better, right? Which is pretty much every single strike until you get to the absurd cheapos. You got some pretty good value here. So at least this option chain looks pretty good. Like I said, I'll probably be looking at the 240s or the 235s. So let's see if these candles can close well. And then on the SPY, right, we're going to be close on this volume. We're going to be really close on this volume. So I'll probably be looking at like 460s, right? Probably the 460s. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it and maybe buy ourselves a bit more time on the SPY here today. But let's kind of give that a few minutes here to kind of still figure itself out. For now, I think best bet maybe is this Facebook. So we'll be looking at this here over the next $1.30. Okay, so SPY, right, upon closer inspection, kind of a nasty close there, right? Kind of a nasty close. Facebook, same thing. So BB breakout, not really setting up, kind of died there at the very end, or lost a little bit of momentum. Yeah, I can't chase after that. It's just not strong enough, guys. Just not strong enough. What was the setup you liked in it today? This is a tough one to trade because option volume generally not there. It's a good candle for sure. Option spreads aren't worth it though on that Mara. Just not worth it. SPY can give us a breakout, right? Maybe bigger than this 1420. Not quite. Good increasing volume, but we still need a bit more conviction here. Maybe starting to look a bit like a bull flag, right, on QQQ. So what that means, right, we need to break out over this top line. So 366, right, break and hold on increasing volume. Then we got a chance. Okay, I think we did the relatively good thing avoiding Facebook. This QQQ maybe is okay. Still need some work though. Still need some volume. And then SPY, right? Any excuse we can get of increasing volume kind of above this 1420. I need some sort of oomph here, right? Otherwise it's hard to be excited about it. So we're starting to get that right volume here on the SPY, right? But we need to see this candle to give us that full body close, right? So I don't want to see too much of a wick here on this candle. Looks pretty good though. Certainly have some room up towards that 458.30. So still we need to be very careful that we're chasing after this with the correct risk reward. Not going to play this with anything that expires today, right? That's a suicide mission. So instead, right, I'm looking at February 11th calls, right? Probably I said 460s, right? They look really good. That volume still continues to look exceptional. So that would be my bias here, right? Continue to see if this thing can close pretty strong. Reckon any close, right? It's not bad. This is not bad. So as long as this risk reward can remain reasonable, right, then we're in play here. Okay, so I am interested here, guys, right? I am interested. Relatively tight stop loss, 30 cents. I'm going to go low of that previous candle, right? We've got about 75 cents up, something along those lines. So getting a good enough risk reward ratio. Looking at those 460 calls here on a breakout over 457.60, right? This is the game plan here in yellow. There's a little pullback. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Still in play here. Still in play. Shit. Sorry, I don't know if you heard me there, Paco. I might have had my mic muted. So keeping this position sizing relatively small, right? This week's been a fairly choppy day, or choppy week, right? So kind of want to keep that in the back of our head, right? Stop loss is pretty tight on this. It's about 10 cents on the option. I'd say 10 to 12 cents. So in theory, right, that should be less than 10%. So, could theoretically size a little bit bigger, but I'm going to be going about like 3/5 position sizing if this thing can give me that breakout, just because of some of the whipsaw action we've dealt with this week. So I'd rather give myself just a little bit more flexibility to not let my position sizing be what shakes me out of this play. So I am still going to be interested here, guys, even after this high volume red bar, right? If we look at these candlesticks here, right? So I'd say this is still in play on a breakout up and over this 457.60. Do you guys like this this yellow here, right? This little, what I'm looking for. Okay, I'll try to do it, guys. Is the font big enough for you guys? I can go bigger as well. Okay, perfect. Well, this setup might be dying, so we'll get rid of this in a second if it does. But I'll try to include that on every trade going forward. It's a really nasty head fake here on QQQ. Breakout over high of day on big volume and then pretty nasty flush. So I would say this is probably a not worth chasing here, right? If QQQ's had a similar setup and then is rejecting. Yeah, for sure, Paco, I can do that. Yeah, the position sizing, or maybe I can go, maybe stop loss percentage. Stop loss percentage might be better. Well, I'll figure it out over the next couple days. But happy to be flexible here, guys, right? Whatever's said it before, right? Whatever helps you guys be more successful, I'll do my best to do. Yeah, so I'd say a lot of this, Zach, you said it really well. Tech got slapped. I'd say that's really fair. Sure, let's take a look. Huh. Interesting. Say div day. Could have been someone selling their divs. But like, if that's the case, that is some sloppy trading. Right. Incredible volume, not very incredible candle though, right? So I wouldn't say that's a particularly convincing story on this volume bar. right? You'd expect so much volume that there'd be a bigger range to this, right? That demands more strength almost. Yeah, it's just melting up, right? It's just the way it is. We have a very, very thin volume backdrop that we're trading kind of within here the last couple of days. So we just don't have anyone who wants to fight back, right? That's kind of how it is. But we have to be very conscious of what we call. See, if people call this a melt up today, right? We're up 0.5%. So it's hard to be super enthusiastic, or put too much stock into this, right? I think this is one of those days that's trying to be particularly confusing, right? As we set up for tomorrow's CPI, right? The whole market's waiting for this. So a lot of the action we're getting here now is like, panicked like positioning as people want to set themselves up to not get screwed in the morning, right? So I think that's a lot of what this is. Potentially why we saw such a big sell there on Exxon, right? If people are anticipating a better than expected inflation number, right? Oil and commodities, historically the hedge for inflation, right? So you get a big sell, right? Try to position yourself before the event, so you don't get screwed, right? Maybe it's stuff like that, but we're waiting for this headline, and it feels like we've been waiting all week, which is crazy to me. I'm shocked by that. So we'll see if we can get something, right? Maybe something like the SPY going to give us that increasing volume here. BB breakdown, right? Past that midline, target, bottom line. That could be in play. So you need to be a little bit patient, right? We've got some stuff that might be coming up here. Some 30-minute candles that are closing. So let's see how they shape up. See where that relative strength lies. And then if we can find a setup, great. If not, so be it, right? We'll be back at it again tomorrow. So guys, looking at SPY here, I don't know if I'm gonna have the time to write it up. Probably 453 puts here, 453 puts. Okay, so under this 80 area, if we can get an entry, I'll be interested. And I'm looking at the 453 puts here. Targeting 456, guys. Targeting 456. Okay, watching closely here, right? Watching closely. Still not in. 1 penny away. Okay, guys, I am in 157. 157 on those 453 puts. See if we can get a little bit of follow through here. Okay, in good shape here so far, right? In good shape here so far. Let's see if this thing can keep pulling back here and selling down. I would like to see this flush, right? Like to see this flush. Not bad volume as we close here, but let's be careful, right? So now let's see if we get a bit more follow through down towards that 456 area, but in good shape here so far, everyone. Gonna look to take a little bit off as we approach that 165 target. Gonna be pretty aggressive, right? How I manage my position. Don't want to be too greedy. So gonna look to take off about 1/5 of my position here at, we'll call it 170, guys. Gonna be a little bit greedier. 1/5 of my position here at 170 on these contracts. Let's see if we can get there, but so far so good. I think we're in pretty good shape. Let's see if we can now get a bit of follow through, but let's go. Hey, Seattle, how you doing? Let's see if keep going here, guys. Right? Let's see if we can keep going. Still trying to take some off here at that 170 on these puts. So let's see if we can get there. Right? We're just a couple cents away. So let's see if that can happen. But in good shape here, guys. Right? In good shape. So we're really close. All right, gonna take some off here in a second. 1/5, guys, taking 1/5 off here. There we go, locked in a little bit. Now protecting entry. Stop loss is at 160 on my remainder. And let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through here to the downside. Gonna look to take a little bit of profit off along the way, right? But really, really nice trade. Hopefully if you guys are in this, right? Now green on the day. Let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through here to the downside. But that patience is absolutely paid off here. So congratulations, everyone. Don't let this trade go red, right? Make sure you're protecting green. And let's see if we can have that lottery ticket to run for us. So let's see if we've taken enough profit off here, right, to survive this pullback. Like I said, stop loss is at 160. We'll see, right? We'll see. Might get stopped out here in a second, but make sure you have like locked in profit, right? You can't let this trade go red now, especially not in this choppy market, guys. So be quick to protect, right? Be quick to lock in profits, and I'm stopped out. So that's is what it is, right? But quick little scalp, quick little win. It just adds up, right? They all add up eventually. So I am out completely of this 453 puts. Quick little play there. Did anyone catch that SPY trade here with me? Unlucky, right? Looks like we got shaken out just a little bit. So that's a bit unlucky, but that's the way she goes. We get that increasing volume and breakdown. Maybe we have a chance for another re-entry, but this is the way this market's moving on us, right? It gives us a little move, pulls back right away, and then goes again. So this is a tough market to trade, right? Be quick to take profit, quick to lock in, quick to move on. So can't get too attached here, everyone. Good job if you caught it. Good job if you're green. Let's just keep stacking them up, right? We're going to have a chance here, right? We're still going to have a chance here as for a possible other setup, right? Just wait for those volume profiles to sync up and give us those A pluses across the board, right? So what we're talking about, right? We were expecting some volume to step in, some volatility to come back for this power hour, right? It's 3:06 and all of a sudden, right, things are way busier again. So kind of behaving as expected. Now we just have to be a little bit careful about this positioning that might happen going into tomorrow's event. So don't go too crazy with your sizing here, right? Don't be too greedy. Let's continue to see how things shape up. Um, that's an interesting question, Zach. I mean, if I mean, depends on who's selling, right? Depends on who the seller is. Yeah, dude, I'm the same. I'm the same. Uh, I, I, I don't like to subscribe to those theories too much. I worked for a pretty greasy hedge fund for a while, and I never saw them get any inside info or anything along those lines. So I reckon I would have at a place like that. But um, see, I really don't think. I think it's just more just them hedging, right? Just them protecting against the possibility of it instead of them specifically knowing anything. Yeah, anything too interesting. So yeah, in general, right? People just want to hedge their exposures going into a news event. Sometimes they get lucky, right, and whatever. But I think to like for them to be or to imply that it's like positioning on insider info, probably a little bit aggressive. This candle can close a little bit tighter, right? We certainly have an opportunity here for a 15 min continuation breakdown, but need a little bit, right? A little bit tighter here. I think we've got room down towards that low of day, right? It's like a buck 30. As is, it's okay, right? You're still getting that risk reward, but want to be a little bit careful here. So if we can get tight, right, that would be really, really interesting. But not ready yet. So we're just watching for now. Not looking to enter a play, just watching. But something could set up here pretty quick. So worth being kind of focused here a little bit. Really good close there, right? Really good close there. We can get a breakdown under, I will be interested, as long as this risk reward remains reasonable. Stop loss on this, right? Really tight again, less than 10%. This I'm looking at different puts this time, just because it'd be just easier to track, right? That's all. But all of them have excellent volume, right? We think we've got room down towards that 455. Okay, watching closely here, right? Watching closely. Looking for a breakdown under 455.90 with the Feb 11th 452 puts. Limit price 164. Couple cents here, couple cents. Watching closely. Still not in. Still not in. All right, guys, I am in 158. 158 on those 452 puts. See if we can get some immediate follow through here and get a nice little run. All right, guys, stopping myself out here. So there's a little bit of space here on QQQ, right, to kind of give us that blast off. Really impressive hammer candle. Could be able to break out over that 366.30, right? Has room towards that 368. Pre-market plan could be interesting here. We have a clock on this though, right? That's important to keep an eye on. So definitely worth keeping a look though, right? Definitely worth keeping a look. I'll be looking at the 368 calls here, right? February 11th expirations. So definitely interested in this, guys, right? Definitely interested. Stop loss 70 cents on those 368s, right? So we're looking about a 15 to 20% stop loss, right? So not a full size play here. Okay, still watching here, right? 10 cents. We're getting very similar setups across the board, right? I just like QQQ's volume profile the most. So, guys, I am in 242.8. 242.8. See if this thing can give us that immediate follow through here. these premiums are starting to go up a little bit in value, right, as this thing isn't moving. So people are clearly loading up. Let's just see if we can get a little bit of pop here, right? Let's see if we can get a little bit of pop. That would be a pretty fun little trade here, right? Gonna try to take some off as we approach, I don't know, like 255, that kind of area, right? Still gonna be pretty aggressive how I manage this. Don't want to be too, don't want to get too greedy here. None of that kind of stuff, right? So let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through, but we're in pretty good shape here. Gonna look to take some off at this 255 area, right? Creeping up towards that now. Then I'm gonna protect entry at 235, right? So a little bit below, and then see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through, but not bad shape here. See if we can get a pop. Going to close approximately 1/3 of my position at 255 if we can get there. So I'm tempted to close here, guys, right? We're not getting a really nice pop, right, on this queue. So I can close for like a marginal little size, right? So I might just do that. We're not getting that really nice nice oomph here, right? So I'm going to look to close my position, right? There's no no value holding on to this forever. So I'm going to be out here in a sec, guys. Honestly, markets are playing a game of like my dad. You guys know what that means, right? Like, oh, my dad can do this, and then, oh, my dad can do this, right? High volume, higher volume, right? Higher volume. It's just showing off on how much of a a-hole it can be. So, guys, I realistically don't think we're going to find anything to trade right into this close. Had a couple head fakes. Kind of been a frustrating day, right? Just waiting for this news to develop. So, not particularly interested in chasing after anything else. I am red on the day, unfortunately, right? Not great, but not a huge number. So, okay. Not the end of the world. Hopefully tomorrow, right? A little bit easier once this CPI number is out of the way. But let's not get too greedy, right? Let's still only chase after A+ setups tomorrow, and not just assume that just because that headline's cleared that, you know, it's going to be super easy or super reliable conditions here for us. For those of you who joined today for DTR Wednesday, thank you very much. That was a lot of fun. Made a choppy day slightly more bearable, right? Fairly nasty conditions. We'll be back at it again tomorrow, right? It's all about just keeping trading a numbers game. So if you're able to do that, right, you're able to size your positions well, then congratulations. Not going to be green every single day. Not going to be green every single week, right? And that's just the way it goes sometimes. Part of the game, guys, right? Need to learn how to lose well as traders. Otherwise, you don't stand a shot. You don't stand a chance in this game, right? So tough, frustrating, especially on a free stream day. But appreciate everyone who stuck around, right? Everyone watched. Hopefully you'll learn something new. And hopefully you guys just learned something new and saw what risk management looked like in real time and all those sort of things. But not as good as it could have been, not as bad as it could have been. But definitely would have preferred to have been green. But that's just the way it goes. So that's likely going to be it here for me today. We got 7 minutes of market open. Certainly not going to chase after anything else. We'll probably just watch this close, right? See if we get any wild positioning here going into market tomorrow. But not going to take a stab at anything. So that's probably going to be it here, everyone. Appreciate all of you guys for joining. Thank you so much for coming. End of day P&L, right? May as well be transparent about it. Minus 2.281K, 0.33%. 2 for 6. I feel like we got just some nasty head fakes today, but that's the way it goes, guys, right? We're not going to take it too personally. Not going to take it, not going to let this influence our decisions or change us or shake us off anything, right? We'll be back at it again tomorrow, bounce back, and hopefully the market's a little bit easier. At least tomorrow, right? CPI data comes out pre-market, so hopefully that should mean that it's clear sailing ahead, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So for now, have yourselves all a fantastic afternoon and rest of the evening, and I'll see you all again tomorrow. Peace, guys.